American 2359 cross 18 left, which is Foxtrot Alpha over the ground, American 3030 DFW 18 left, line of 1 cross the traffic. Line of 18 left, American 3030.
Hello everyone, if you're just tuning in, it's Walt here. We are providing you with our feed right now. I'm not quite set up yet to go full on with Runway DFW, so we're just sequencing through the pictures that we have. Don't have the musical accompaniment set up yet, but that will be coming shortly. And I should be with you probably in about 10 minutes, maybe 15, when I get everything all set up. So I want to give you the full experience today. So I hope you can stand by and let me get everything finished up here, and we'll be with you shortly here on Runway DFW. Thanks for watching, and I will speak with you very soon.
Tower Alpha 4205, ILS 18 right. Alpha 4305, Tower 18 right, clear to land, wind 170 at Niner. Clear to land, 18 right, Alpha 4205. Great, 3030, time park date.
All right, here comes some music to tide you over until our regular broadcast begins. All right, I think we're about to begin the festivities here at Runway DFW. About 20 minutes late. Let's fire up some upbeat music and let's get this thing started on Runway DFW. Okay, I know you've seen this open a few times because I pushed the wrong button as I was setting up, but yeah, we're live in Infilmo Sound, in color, a little late. Runway DFW in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport here on this Saturday, July 5th. We're live, finally. Welcome. I appreciate your patience. Let's see, I gotta move a couple of cameras around here on the board so I know where they are. Stand by. Okay, here we are. We can officially turn on the air sign, although I don't think it lights up very well in the daytime. Welcome. I think I need a nap now. That was a big... I was setting up as quickly as I could after we had a little shower blow through. It's still pretty overcast here at Founders Plaza, but I think we're through the rain. At least I hope we are. So bear with us. We'll get to the planes here presently on Runway DFW.
Not yet. Just 1 minute.
So I think, let me see if I can adjust our flight radar feed here.
Yeah, 4147, like that, we're ready.
So here's our flight radar feed. You can see in the center of the screen is DFW Airport. Just refresh there. To the east of us is where the rain is. And if we zero in right here, we can see Air France Flight 159, which is on its way to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. It's an Airbus A359, or A350, I'm sorry. And so we're about to show you that as our first official takeoff of the day. Bit windy here, as you might be able to discern.
Okay, we'll pull up to and hold short, 18 left, 50, 675.
And look who's with us. It's Lori M. Proud to be a Runway DFW member now for 26 months. Quadjet member. Thank you so much, Lori. I'll try to get your full message here in a sec after we watch this big Airbus depart.
Cross 18 left, left 180 on 2 Whiskey Golf, 350, 675.
Departure en France 159, no, heavy, bye bye, sir.
Runway 4147, get to the east tower, runway 1 left, runway 4147.
Okay, so let me go back here to Lori's message that I couldn't read. So proud to be one of the original Runway DFW channel members, which she is since day one. Awesome channel and awesome host with a great community. Well, I can vouch for the community. I won't say anything about me. Now, you may be able to see in that shot, or not see, downtown Dallas, which is, you know, is the rain blowing our way? I don't know. I may have to be, it's possible we may have to cover things up in a real New York minute here, so hang in there with us. We've got American Eagle flight 3728 from Aguas Calientes in Mexico. It's an Airbus 17, sorry, it's an Embraer 170, and we're about to see it landing here. So let's take a look-see at that.
Line up and way 18 left on your plane 1861. Departure on flight 4147.
It's going to be coming through the clouds here momentarily. We'll see. The wind almost seems to be coming, I guess, from the southeast. I'm gonna say.
Tower Boy 4301, visual, ILS 1 ready. Over departure 2997. Take care, man.
There's a Frontier. It's flight 1961 going to Las Vegas, an Airbus A320neo, and on its tail we can see Champ the Bronco.
Frontier 1961, RNAV to depart, or 18 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV depart, 18 left, clear for takeoff, Frontier 1961. Boy 4301, ILS 1 ready.
You know, DFW Airport is so big. How big is it, Walt? Well, it's so big that it can be raining in one part of the airport and perfectly dry in the other, even sunny sometimes. I have observed.
Have a good day. Frontier 1961.
It's a big place. Has its own climate. So we talked to Lori. Lori again. Lori says I still have the standby crawl on the screen. Well, I do. Thank you for alerting me to that.
We're ready to go.
It just lets you know how kind of harried things have been. Thank you, Lori. So I'll take that out. I'll put in our time designator.
4245, ILS 1 right.
The skies are starting to brighten a little bit. See if we can get you a shot of Old Glory here. I think we've got there's a big flag to the east of. That's a very, very big flag. And you can see it's getting blown around quite smartly by the wind. We're looking to the east here. So you can see the wind is coming pretty much out of the south.
Tower American 2046, 10 mile final.
Another American Eagle arrival for us.
American 2046.
And you can see the clouds there in the sky.
Checklist for
Zoe checking in from Raleigh, North Carolina. Hello there, Zoe. Elena Dreyer says hello to all. Holly Shepard, a huge commercial aviation enthusiast in the house. One of our new members, Cinema Roll, says hello from Bogota, Colombia, where it's 62 degrees Fahrenheit with light rain. Here, the official METAR says it's 82 degrees Fahrenheit, 28 degrees Celsius,
we'll let you know when we're ready. Please
72% humidity.
No, we do not require assistance. Please shoot 5675.
So it's a bit sticky here.
Cross-running up that was kilo right here.
Well, we got some more regional action. Jay Bueno. I like that name, Jay Bueno. Hey, greetings from New Jersey. Well, I'm a former Garden State resident, so hello to you. Hope things are going well for you there. Hope you're all having a nice, at least those of you here in the USA, a nice Independence Day weekend. I see a tail there. What is that? Oh, that's a Cargo Lux just came in over on the east side. Cargo Lux 747. From Chicago O'Hare 747-400. We'll see that when it crosses over to the east, to the west side soon. Cinema Roll says, Walt, when you were still setting up, I saw a Lufthansa A340-300 taxiing. Well, that's unfortunate for us because I love that plane. I don't know what it... I think that would have been going out at this time, so I probably missed it. We do have, for your viewing pleasure, Nippon Cargo Flight 173. It's going to Narita Airport in Tokyo. It will be a 747-8, and it is on the radar. We'll be seeing that go out here on the west side. I would suspicion.
We're getting on the phone with maintenance really quick, and we'll keep you updated. Thank you very much.
Tower, good evening, American 1650, Netty inbound, 18 right.
2046, taxi Echo Alpha, hold short, runway 18 left.
Echo Alpha, hold short, 18 left, American 2046.
I do believe this plane here on the runway is having some technical issues. I heard them on the horn to the tower saying they're going to get some advice before they decide what to do next. That should be American Eagle 5675 going to Wichita, Kansas. It's a CRJ 901ER. Going out there, you see the tail is American Flight 1507. It's an Airbus A321. Flight radar 24 not informing me as to its eventual destination. So So your guess is as good as mine, or probably better than mine if you have an American Airlines schedule in your pocket. Timetable, right? I wish they still had timetables.
Boy 3850 to 20 right. 20 right, clear to land on boy 3856.
We've got a mix of cameras going today. This one is one of our camcorders. And then our main camera right over here is one of our regular cameras that we can use for our nighttime broadcasts. Lyric the Game Boy, channel member, says the A340 left on the east side at around the same time as the Air France A350 departed, but the low visibility made it impossible to see. Well, I can make out planes there taking off on the east side, at least right now. Holly says, I was a teenage girl with the blonde hair and blue shirt that was on your channel one night in early June. Thanks for reading my comment. Oh, I'm happy to read. I can't read everybody's comment all the time. I hope you understand. But I do my best to try to acknowledge everyone. My main focus has to be on the planes. And after that, on the technical issues around our broadcast to make sure everything is going swimmingly. The plane we just saw landing, I should point out, was American Flight 1650 from Mazatlan in Mexico. It was an Airbus A321neo. So for those of you four-engined fans, how about this? By the way, my watch just alerted me that light rain is coming soon. Thank you, watch. Here comes the Nippon Cargo 7478 to Narita. This aircraft is 12 years old. It's off on about a 12.5-hour flight from here to Tokyo. 6,400 miles. Leonard Watkins saying hello to everybody. I see Gerard here with us from the Netherlands. Hello, Gerard. Gerard is one of our
just got channel.
On the phone with maintenance, and they said it might just be a magnetic spot. You go good. We cross 18 left, go over to Whiskey Foxtrot, and see if the fault goes away.
I don't know if you heard that. That was the pilot who was having an issue.
A firm for Blue Sheik 5675.
Pilot of that CRJ who was having some kind of technical issue. So I see Beaker and Honeydew, another mod here in the channel with us. Gerard. Scott Randon is saying, or saying, hope you had a great 4th of July. Mrs. Runway DFW and I stood outside last night and listened to fireworks. we couldn't see any from our location in the backyard, but we certainly heard them. I commented to her, it sounded kind of like a war zone. Because all we could, we couldn't see any lights in the sky, but we just kept hearing these booms and bangs and blasts. But we had a little cookout, made us some patriotic hot dogs. 40th anniversary sticker there on the back.
Alright, Echo Yankee, hold short, 18 left, Blue Street 2675.
We had a Singapore Airlines cargo 747 come in before I started setting up, when it was still kind of drizzly. I did make a video of it on my phone, and I was so, I mean, it's nothing special, but I just want to play it, and I'll do that when we have a moment or two. I'll play it back from my phone so you can see how you really don't need all this equipment to get some good shots of planes, especially when they're big ones.
Left line, point all the way 3611, 3691.
Cinema Roll wants to know if I went on the L1011 TriStar. That was my first wide body experience. L1011 TriStar, probably American Airlines, I think. And I've also been on the long gone DC-10, so. Still never been on a 747. I hope to rectify that later this year. Well, Flight Radar 24 showing we're kind of in a storm cutout here. Some weather to the north, weather to the east, a little bit to the south. Yikes! We got very lucky.
So far, no go on Blue Street 5675.
We got very lucky on Thursday. Just had just a drop or two of rain.
Actually, Blue Street 5675, it just went away. Alright, cross 18 left, Yankee, left on Fox.
Give you kind of the big picture here as far as the clouds go. This is a shot looking to the southeast from our location at Founders Plaza. And we'll pan over to the south here. So you can see not exactly clear skies here at Founders Plaza. This plane with the 40th anniversary sticker should be going out to Japan here from the west side. So the question is whether it will turn to the left and come up to the top of 18 left for takeoff, which it looks like it's going to be doing. So it's going to kind of trundle up the central taxiway and head over to the very top of 18 left. And there's no other planes here getting ready to take off, so this could be a gigantic turn. Well, there's one CRJ now popping into view.
$56.75, good to go. Alright, 18 left, line up and away to Blue Street 5675. 28 Heavy, traffic 2 out, cross 20 right at Bravo, taxi Charlie Park. Right, Bravo, Charlie Park. Yeah, American 2655 over 90 for 18 right. 20 right, clear to land, American 2655. RNAV to B Park, clear for takeoff, 18 left, Blue Streak, 5675.
Blue Streak. I didn't know that was the what Nippon Cargo went by. Mexico Beach, Florida Living says, my old home away from home, Founders Plaza. I miss spotting there. Well, of course, there's some good spotting to be had in Florida. Miami is well known for its wide variety of classic aircraft. We get excited when we see a 727 here. I think you probably get those on a daily basis. Kush with a good afternoon from Minneapolis, St. Paul. Hello, Kush. I see O'Malley in the house. Hello, O'Malley. One of our mods and channel members. O'Malley, I saw somebody trying to blame you for the fog that rolled in last night on our friends. Our friend Kevin with Airline Videos Live, as he was trying to show you the fireworks from Southern California. Oh, Tony H saying Blue Streak is actually PSA Airlines. Sorry. I don't think I'd ever heard that designation before.
Point envoy 3566.
I do have to say we're getting just a drop or two of precipitation at our broadcast location. I'm going to have to dash over to the car and get our rain covers just in case. So let me go do that and I'll be right back.
RNAV learned. Never take off 18 left on way 30 passengers. Runway 18 left, line up and wait on 3573.
So here in this blue bag is all of our rain covers and paraphernalia that we use to cover things up. I'm hoping we won't need to use it, but it's here just in case. Drew1234 says, being from Las Vegas, a cloudy, rainy day is always a treat. Well, we do appreciate the cloudy days here at the airport. Rain, not so much, but that's only because we've got so much gear that we don't want to get damaged. So, as we look at this American Eagle plane getting ready to take off, we're going to switch around and watch Flight 890 Fiji Airways come in from Nadi Airport in Fiji. It's a big Airbus A350-900. Now we'll see that here probably about 20 seconds or so. So stand by for Fiji. Texas Weather Freak 69 says, seems like it's dissipating as far as the weather goes, and I hope so. But we are just getting just the tiniest of sprinkles here, which once again I hope will indeed dissipate. And as we wait for Fiji. I see it. Our camera doesn't see it yet, but you will hear momentarily.
18 left, line up and wait, American 1155. Over departure, wait at fast. RNAV to learn, 18 left, switching off American 1155.
So this plane comes to us after a 6,600 mile flight, just shy of 12 hours from Nadi. It's running around almost a half hour late, about 25 minutes late.
2405 and now
I think I see that it has a sticker there on the side. It could be the Survivor sticker we've seen a few times here. Don't know if we can make it out there, but you see just between the left wing and the back of the plane, there is a sticker there.
Okay, cross 18 left, immediately left contact ground, 0.85,
That's genetic to it, Alpha cross 20 left, 7.65, on top of the bridge. Cross 20 left at Alpha, left again. 765, departure.
Okay, departure, American 1155. Alright, you guys 67, 6 heavy, 1 right.
Our first United aircraft of the day. You see it going out of the shot there to the left. This is an Airbus A320. It's flight 2655, going to the Mile High City.
I've learned 18 left, clear for takeoff on 3889.
And kind of a turn-of-the-century plane from the year 2002. Texas Weather Freak alerts us to 2 UPS planes on the way in. I did see those earlier. Let's shift our focus here to welcome an American Airlines plane from Santa Barbara, California.
Departure Seaman 3889.
Next arrival will be one of those UPS planes, specifically Flight 5766 from Ontario, California. It'll be a 767 300 ER. Another kind of turn-of-the-century plane from October of 2001. And there's how Flight Radar 24 shows it.
No delay, cross 20.
On the right side of the screen, you can see it approaching that highway there. That's about right after it crosses that highway is when we can start to get a view of it from our vantage point.
Clear for takeoff, RNAV bar. Yeah, we're ready, United 2655. 28 left, final Hawaii, United 2655.
Lori M says, strange, I'm in South Garland in the vicinity here, and it's cool with a lovely breeze and rain. And we're now getting a little bit more rain here. It looks like some of the clientele here at Founders Plaza are kind of moving to their vehicles. Not everyone. But we'll stick it out here to see the next UPS plane. This is an Airbus A300 flight 5766 from Ontario. No, sorry. An Airbus A300 from Ontario, California. Flight 2750.
RNAV delay, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, United 2655. American 2439, ILS 18 right.
So a couple of consecutive wide bodies for you.
Clear land 18 right, American 24 39.
Lori says, mass exodus from Founders. Get over there because now the parking is going to be primo. Yeah, I was a little worried about parking when I first got here because spaces were at a premium, but I did find my regular space, fortunately, adjacent to where we broadcast. This is the 767 we saw arrive earlier. There's the A300 there in the background.
18 left, RNAV, Lawrence, SkyWest, 49.
Power 1 and left, more than 347.
So we got a little cargo plane ballet going on. These two planes will join 4 UPS aircraft already here. Don't have any tri-jets at the moment. So this one's going to be parking behind that fence. I guess we'll see more of it after it turns and pulls in. Doug Jackson asking, what is the normal turnaround time for UPS? I have not actually calculated that. I think they can get in and out of there within 90 minutes when they have to. But a lot of times we're here at night, and most of the planes are going out at night. So I don't have a good answer. If anybody's a UPS person, we do get some UPS personnel here occasionally that can help us out with questions like that. A little after 5 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone.
Left, line up and wing on voice 3485.
You're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. My name is Walt. We're hoping that the rain will not interfere with our ongoing activities. As we watch this A300 taxiing in from Chicago Rockford International Airport.
Welcome, if you're new to the channel, especially welcome. We're here with you from DFW, usually from DFW, 3 times a week. Generally on Saturdays, on Tuesdays, and on Thursdays, but that can change up. It's a flexible schedule. It's not fixed. And we do occasionally bop over to Dallas Love Field to bring you the action from that airfield. We haven't been there. We didn't get there in June. We were there a couple times in May to Love Field. We'll try to get there in July. That's always kind of fun. Fun change up.
left line for weight, American 774.
So this airplane will add its tail to the other two that are already parked over there.
Departure runway 34.
Looks like they're both 757s, I think.
DFW Airport 476. Over 90 for ILS 18 right.
Here's Luke, the random spotter. Channel member and moderator just popping in to say hi and hope everyone had a nice 4th. Mrs. Random Spotter and I are out celebrating our 18th anniversary, so lurking for this stream. Enjoy all. Have a safe night there, Walt. Well, happy anniversary to you, Luke and Mrs. Random Spotter. Very happy for you, and you know, you've got better things to do than to moderate an aircraft stream. So don't let me keep you, but I do appreciate your popping in and sharing your joy with us here at Runway DFW. Harry T wants to know if there'll be any 747 movement soon. Well, we did see a Nippon Cargo Airways 747 popping in a little while ago, and let's see here. I don't see it going out on the schedule, but we do have a Cargo Lux. Well, this is planned. I don't know. Let me see if this is. I'm refreshing my sources here. Well, we've got Singapore Cargo 747 headed out to Brussels later in this hour, according to the schedule. So, hope to bring you that. Let's get a glimpse of Finnair. It's an A350-900. It looks like it's making the turn to go to the east side for takeoff, which does happen, regrettably. We've seen it take off here on the west side before. Headed to Helsinki, but we'll just have to try to see if we can find it over on the east side as it takes off. Alaska Airlines Flight 646 is a 737-800. It is going to Portland, Oregon. 737-800.
Lift takeoff 18 left, RNAV park around 646. Line 18 left, American 2864. Tower Envoy 3708, ILS 18 right. 20 right, clear, delay and Envoy 3708. RNAV to Laren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2864. Runway 18 left, final point, Envoy 3428. Airport, show us 646.
Holly alerting us to the Turkish Airlines from Singapore. 6:45, got about, what, an hour and a half, 90 minutes before that.
For departure American 2064, good day.
Comes up.
Tower American 1415, ILS 18 red.
American 1415, DFW Tower 18 right, clear to land with 160, 130.
Clear land 18 right, American 1415.
Steve Lundenby says, Walt, do that voodoo that only you can do to get some MD-11s to show up. Yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3, 6 UPS planes, none of which is an MD-11. And of course, we do know that regrettably, a lot of those will be going out of service over the next few years, at least for UPS, and also for FedEx, which has announced the retirement of a bunch of tri-jets. We welcome their American Eagle 3708 from Acapulco in Mexico.
Envoy 3428, contact
Perfect day, Envoy 3428.
Envoy 3708, Golf 8, crossing the left, contact ground plane 5.
I think we're getting close to the departure of the Finnair flight to Helsinki. It appears to be second in line to take off. We'll try to bring you that dispatch. Andrea Molson with a wave to everybody. Hello, Andrea. AvGeek fan with a smiley hello. Hello to you. Craig Russell with a channel member, who is a channel member, says, hello, I'm doing okay. We had a huge downpour of rain. Some areas of Austin had floods over 6 to 9 feet high. Some high enough to reach the top of the bridge on the highway, but the warnings are done. It was a terrible overnight period for some areas in central Texas. At least a couple of dozen at last I heard have been confirmed drowned. Quite an awful event.
Good afternoon, American 2302, bound ILS 20 right.
So our thoughts go to those who were involved.
20 right, clear to land, American.
There's an Embraer 135. We don't see too many of those. Contour Aviation.
Epcot Alpha short of 18 left, American 1450.
It is going to Tupelo, Mississippi. It's a SkyWest branded plane. SkyWest also operates flights for American Eagle, I believe, but this one is a Contour flight. Contour has its own planes. This is not one of them, I guess. Unless they've taken over this one and haven't yet painted it.
Cross 20 left Alpha and 65 top of the bridge. Envoy 3839 at Whiskey Lima, cross lane left, contact ground 25. Envoy 1322 DFW Tower, runner 18 left, line point, turn cross south field.
18 left, line appointment 1322.
Tower 4819.
Okay, looks like the flight to Helsinki is next. So we are going to bring that to you. And you know how this goes. We just kind of point our camera in this direction and see if we can figure out where it's going to go up in the air. I'm going to guess, let's see, somewhere in this vicinity. So we've zoomed in 2x on this shot, so it's essentially a 1200 millimeter equivalent for a 35 millimeter camera.
Unable, just 1 minute, push 5229. For 1 left, push 5229.
Departure making 1322. See you.
Mindless JJ with a hello again. Hello to you.
Clear to 20 left at Alpha and ground up Great American 302.
Christian Legao says we've got a 7879 Dreamliner coming in from Shanghai. Let me see. I do see it on the radar. It's second in line behind a little CRJ 701ER coming in from Idaho Falls. The Shanghai flight is 7879 Dreamliner, flight 128 American Airlines. ZC DJ12, anyone that ever flies Southern Airways Express, is it possible to cover Terminal D? Well, we do see Terminal D from here. That's the international terminal. Well, here's a part of Terminal D. There you see with the Grand Hyatt Hotel there adjacent to it. And that is where the flight from Shanghai will be deplaning, at one of those gates. Leonard Watkins misses the Liquidator. The Liquidator. The Liquidator. That was a truck that we saw on several occasions here on our nighttime streams, which was standing by. It is apparently used to remove rubber tire residue from the runways. You know, the planes land where they touch down. If you've ever looked at an aerial view of an airport, you can tell exactly where the planes land because of the black marks on the runway where the tires bounce when they first touch the runway. And, you know, there's a lot of friction there, and the rubber wears off, and occasionally they got to clean off the rubber because it gets a little too slick. So that's where the Liquidator comes in. It is used to it's like a super pressure washer, essentially, from what I've read, and it takes care of that residue, or at least a lot of it. I'm sure there's some left, but it gets rid of a lot of the stuff on top. All right, here comes Flight 128 from Shanghai. So what can we tell you about Flight 128 from Shanghai? Well, it's touching down after a flight of exactly 13 hours, 7,300 miles. That's a 7-year-old 7879 Dreamliner. So welcome to the passengers from Shanghai.
Tower, American 2415, we're over 90 right.
And just confirm that call time for me.
American 25.
So it's quiet here. Let me see if I can queue up the video I made a little bit earlier of the Singapore Airlines Cargo 747 coming in, and I do this again as a way to illustrate. Let's see here. Hang on a second. As a way to illustrate how good cameras on smartphones have become. So here we'll go to my camera, and here it is. Let's see if I can get that. Can I get all that stuff out of the shot? Oh, there we go. So this was recorded before we even started to set up today. And this is on my camera. Now I've got this is a high-end camera. It's an iPhone 16 Pro. And I was not, I could have been a little, the horizon is a little crooked, let's put it that way. But you can see, you can take some pretty and there was no tripod involved. That's all stabilization from the camera itself. So that's recorded, of course. That's a replay of it there, so I don't think we'll look at it again, but just to give you an idea of what you can do with a smartphone. So we have people coming in occasionally and saying, well, you know, what camera should I get? I want to take some pictures of airplanes. And you know, if you've tried the smartphone already, then that's one thing. But if you haven't, if you're dismissing it as a tool, then don't, because you can really do some quite nice things with a smartphone as far as taking pictures of airplanes, especially if you can get close enough. If you get one flying right over you, and if you're in the path of the arrivals, that's always nice, or departures. If your airport is nice enough to give you a nice spotting location like Founders Plaza, you can do it there, but give it a try. The plane we just saw landing, American Flight 2548 from Palm Springs, an Airbus A321. And you might have seen in the picture, we'll see it here as it scoots on past. That's a 777-200 going back to the hangar for some R&R.
Okay, Whiskey Mike, cross 18 left, and
Baker and Honeydew with a patriotic salute to those who have served or are serving, and also those who gave, and also thanks to their families, and especially those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. We salute you on this July 4th weekend. Thank you, Baker and Honeydew.
to depart, see you later, American 2769. Can we get 3 minutes for American 1635?
We're starting to see a little bit of the Dallas skyline, so things are kind of
Alright, hold short 18 left.
clearing up just a bit. Got an Airbus A319 coming in from Eagle, Colorado. There it is. That was flight 2125. Breeze picking up a little bit. Peter Sharp says, Walt, when the American aircraft go to the hangar, do they get oil changes or do they usually check other parts of the plane? Well, you know, I don't know for sure. I have never been to the American Airlines hangar. I don't know exactly what their procedures are. There is the American Airlines hangar, at least the one that's on this side of the airport. I think they have at least another one on the other side. And the doors are open, although the UPS planes block our view in there. But I'm sure they get, you know, a nice cleaning, refreshment as far as, you know, cleaning and vacuuming and tidying up and such. And I'm sure that the operations crew takes a good look at the plane, see if there's any anomalies, see if the pilot, the last pilot had a kind of a checklist which indicated some things that need to be looked at. And here's someone who should know. It's Ascending Dragon 1, the official American Eagle pilot for Runway DFW. He says they will follow the inspection protocols for that type of aircraft.
18 left, line up and wait, American 2680.
Eric wants to know what the websites I mentioned for refurbed pre-owned equipment. You mentioned them on the July 4th Eve broadcast, and Larry Brown is kind enough to delineate them here. mpb.com and keh.com, and I've used both of them, so I can you know, I'm not just putting this out there without any experience. I have used both of those websites, and they do a really good job. And, you know, if you pick a piece of equipment, which I usually do, that's in excellent condition, then you're going to get a piece of equipment that is in excellent condition. And they also have a guarantee. Both of them do. So if you're not satisfied with what you got, you can send it back within a certain period of time. So they seem to play fair and do the right thing, and they've both been in business for a while, so I can endorse either one of them.
Hotel American 665 over leg right for 18 right. 18 right, clear to land, American 665.
Bill Caldham with a good afternoon from a hot and humid South Arkansas.
RNF Lauren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 26.
Coming in from Killeen, Texas. We've got an E-Jet. Was flight 4300, number 175, from Killeen, Texas. Channel member Robert Brun says airlines go through various checks called A, B, C, and D checks. Channel member Larry Brown says spotting at Philadelphia International Airport, very similar to DFW, a parade of American broken up by some Frontier, Spirit, and UPS. Philadelphia is, of course, an American Airlines hub. Not as big as this one, of course, but...
runway 18 left, American 2810.
Passing through the shot there, American 2810. It's going to San Francisco, an Airbus A321. We've got here a NetJets Bombardier Challenger 650 coming in from Las Vegas.
Arnav V Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 28.
And that will no doubt be headed over to the executive terminal there on the east side of the airport. Cinema roll. Channel member says an MD-11 flew over my apartment. It's got a pretty distinctive sound. There goes that flight to San Francisco. We've got a flight coming in from Montrose. Montrose, California. I guess we can still take a look at this flight going out to, what was it, Denver, I believe? No, that was going to San Francisco. Sorry. And Montrose is in Colorado, so... Look at me. Arriving presently from Belize City, American Airlines Flight 314. It is a 737-800. Here on Runway DFW on a Saturday. Glad you could spend part of your day with us. Our plan this afternoon is to be here through about sunset, maybe a little beyond. We'll see what happens. Assuming, of course, we don't get rained upon. Gerard saw a DC-3 flying over their house. Wow.
Envoy 3483, we're going to need just a minute.
Now that's going back there a ways.
Hold full chart 18 left and will advise on Boy 3483.
Jonas Francisco Machado says, hello friends, good evening from Franco de Rocha in Brazil. Jonas, welcome to you. Josh Coughlin always enjoys Sunday mornings with coffee watching Walt, especially mornings like today. Cold 65 and light rain along the Gold Coast of Australia, where it's winter, of course, right? Yes. Of course, Australia has many great plane spotting channels, including Only Planes Network, which is one of our channel members. Thank you, Only Planes Network. Of course, there's Julia Flights and Sid Squad, and I'm sure there's at least a couple more that I'm forgetting about. But yeah, so many great plane spotting channels here on YouTube.
Left, line up and wait, American 21.
That would be American Eagle 3843 off to El Paso, Texas. Kind of scooting away there. We've got American Eagle 3562 from Rapid City in Embraer 175, about to make the scene here at Founders Plaza, or adjacent to Founders Plaza, which is our plane spotting location. Founders Plaza, an area provided by DFW Airport. It's free parking. Can get a little crowded on a weekend afternoon. Just a warning, there are no facilities here. There's no food vendors, no food trucks. It's pretty basic, but they do have picnic tables and such, so it's a nice place to hang out and watch the planes. We got a very big crowd here today. A little part of it there. Kids, parents. We've got limo drivers who kind of pop in here between rides. United Flight 1300 from Denver is an Airbus A319. That'll be our next arrival. (1997) And it's a 20th century Airbus A319. But it's all painted up in the current United livery. We do see a few United planes here with the gold globe on the tail and the smaller United font on the fuselage. Nicholas Wolf says, kind of stormy in Texas, eh? Well, yes, and it's been a As we mentioned earlier, it's been a tragic day in parts of Texas as far as the storms go. With, last I checked, more than 24 killed in central Texas in just incredibly rapid flooding conditions. American 1890 is going to San Diego, California. We had it in our sights there for a moment. We'll get another look at it here as it gets ready to roll. I think a lot of people may be here today because it's so really almost refreshingly cool. Now everything is relative in Texas. It is 83 degrees Fahrenheit, 28 degrees Celsius, but for Texas, that's nothing to sneeze at on a summer day. The sun is completely obscured by the clouds, at least at this time, which does make it very pleasant. We got a southerly breeze. The rain, cross fingers, has held off since it stopped when I first got here, a little after 3 o'clock Central Time.
Hold position, must have stepped on 36.
It wasn't a heavy rain, but it was drizzling enough that we couldn't set up, so.
On a boy 111, on boy 36 right.
We fell behind about 20 minutes in our regular setup procedure. We did get on the air at the right time, as we watched flight coming in from Oklahoma City. We did get on the air at the right time, but we were just kind of sequencing between our available cameras until we got everything set up. So there's an American Eagle flight coming in from OKC, flight 3527 and Embraer 175. And since it's daytime here, we can get a little bit of a look-see at the construction going on down there. Terminal F is the new DFW terminal, scheduled to open in the year 2027. It will be 31 gates when complete, all assigned to American Airlines.
Hold short 18 left, Whiskey Lima, 37.
Channel member Ron C. says the tragedy in the Hill Country here in Texas has completely covered up record rain and flooding in West Texas. San Angelo got 14 inches of rain on Saturday.
RNAV to B Park, 18 left, cleared for takeoff for Envoy 3689.
Rolling out there after a flight from Monterrey, Mexico, American Flight 1133. 737-800. And going up in the sky, we have an American Eagle plane jetting off to, oh, there it is, jetting off to Oklahoma City. And Embraer 175, flight 38. Check that, 3689. Let's see, it's
Off to departure 3689, good day.
We're going to have a flight coming in from Venice. I think it's on the east side. But before we get to that, let us do something that we do like to do every broadcast that we can, and that is to salute our Runway DFW members. So let's get going with our thank yous to all of our channel members. The list, as always, begins with James Webb, who is the official channel sponsor of Runway DFW, responsible for having helped us acquire a lot of the gear that we use to make this what I like to think of as a top-notch broadcast. So thank you, James Webb, for that.
All right, we're going to draw 28 right.
And our list began, we have quad-jet, tri-jet, and twin-jet members. Our list begins with the quad-jet members and the highest tier, and I like to read off their names. This list was prepared very shortly before we got on the air today, I think at 3 p.m. Central Time. So it's pretty much up to date, but if you've become a new member since then, you'll see your name on an upcoming broadcast because the list is not dynamically updated. So here we go. 757 Chip, thank you. Airplanes FRA, Alan J, Angela Smith, Anna the Dispatcher, Beaker and Honeydew, who you've seen here in the chat room with us as a mod, Beve, Brian D, Chuck TXK, and Texarkana, Cubs Win, Darren Sorello, who I believe is a new Quad Jet member. Welcome, Darren. Dronoki, Dwayne C, SO Rents, HD Kraut, James Webb, John Lipman, Josh Aldrich, Kirby Brooks Sr., KS Avgeek, Lori M, Michael Flannery, Michelle RS, Mike G, Netgear, Only Planes Network, down there in Australia. We talked about them just a short time ago. Patrick Wooters, Pete Nordine, Payathon, S35 Bonanza Pilot, Sarah the Real Deal up there in Boston, Skittles out there in the Great Northwest, Steve Lundaby in the Dakotas, Texas Girl in Texas, but not in Texas today, The Grinch, TNT Oh My, and Will Hutchison are Quad Jet channel members. Thank you to each of you.
Line up, wait, we're going 18 left time, boys. What's that?
Oh, I need more music. It's not automated. It's manual. Well, here's Michael C. saying hello from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Hello, Michael. Antonius is off to sleep. Thank you and goodbye. See you next time. Thank you, Antonius. Glad to see you. Here's S35 Bonanza Pilot, one of our Quad Jet channel members. Good evening, Walton Grand Mods from Denver. It's been dreary and rainy here today. Looks about the same there. I would say that it does. See if we can find that flight from Venice. American Flight 131. I think that's it. That doesn't look big enough to be the flight from Venice. I think we still have yet to see it. Let's see if we can find it in the sky here. There we go. 777-200. So a flight from Venice coming in way over on runway 17 left. Its passengers have quite a bit of taxiing to do before they get to Terminal D for deplaning. This is Frontier, flight 3277. It is going to Salt Lake City, Utah with Emmett, the golden-cheeked warbler, upon its vertical stabilizer. So let's get a look at Emmett.
Push kilo cross my left, have a good family 30.
American 1973 and off, cross my left, cross 165. I'm sorry, 165 across the Bridge.
Caitlin Ahrens, or Katie, as she likes to be known, I guess. Checking in from Three Rivers, Michigan, a very hot day. Temperatures in the 90s Fahrenheit. Wow. It's unusual, not at all. I mean, it happens, but it is unusual for it to be warmer in Michigan than it is here. As we mentioned earlier, our temperature is 83 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's 28 degrees Celsius. Well, I guess before we see this takeoff, we'll check out the aviation stylings of American Flight 1949. An Airbus A321neo coming in from the city adjacent to the base, San Francisco. So we'll turn our big lens of our Sony camera in that direction. And here it comes.
I'll switch you over to the East Tower.
RNAV B Park, we're taking off runway 18 left after flight 3277.
American 499, DFW Airways and UPS.
18 left, line up away, American 499.
A Frontier plane we told you about, with the bird on its tail. Brief look at it. Before it heads out to Salt Lake City. Emmett, the golden-cheeked warbler.
RNAV layer, clear takeoff, 18 left, American 499. Row 1 left, lob away, American 1803. Over to departure, departure, 1002.
From Huatulco in Mexico, one of America, I think American has about 30 destinations in Mexico. I think all of them, or most of them, are available from this airport. It's kind of the gateway to Mexico for American Airlines. Well, they do have a number of flights from Phoenix as well. I see some chatter in the chat room about fast food restaurants, Sonic being one of them. I've never had good experience with Sonic as a fast food restaurant. I don't find their food to be particularly tasty. But, you know, for some people, that's top of the line stuff, so you never know.
On departure, American 499, you have a good day.
American Flight 1803 is an Airbus A319 going to Midland, McAllen, Texas.
Star departure, American 499, the shot at 2100, climbing to the DFW.
So can I do this while we're...
1999.
20th century Airbus A319 for American Airlines there. Well, it is one of those days that the colors really don't pop too much here. I kind of call it a mellow, a monochromatic day. I imagine if we see a Spirit plane, it'll look a little brighter. And here is a Spirit plane as we identify ourselves for the top of the hour. It's Runway DFW is what you're watching on this July 5th, the day after the 4th of July. It's an Independence Day weekend here in the USA. So it's a big holiday for a lot of folks, a 3-day weekend, if not more. We are happy to have you with us. We've got a Delta Airbus A320 popping in from Minneapolis, St. Paul. And that's going to be our next arrival on Runway DFW. It? Where'd it go? There it is.
1998.
That's another 20th century Airbus. That's 2 in a row, isn't it? Dating back to April of 1998, Delta Flight 2943 from Minneapolis, St. Paul, one of the Delta hubs that it acquired from Northwest Airlines when it merged. Ah, I see an MD-11. It's coming in on the east side, so we're going to have to zero in on it, but it's flight 2752 from the UPS World Port in Louisville. And we do have some obstructions in the way of our acquisition of this plane, so stand by. That's a tri-jet. Got 3 engines. 2 on the wings, 1 in the tail. It's arriving on the east side of the airfield.
Echo Alpha, hold short, warning left, which is 0.
That's all we get to see of it for the time being, but it'll be parking adjacent to us in a short period of time. Well, it could take 15 minutes to get here, so we may not see it for a while, but so it's a little preview, I guess. TechSpec says hello, asking us to please keep the victims of the Central Texas floods in our thoughts and prayers. And yeah, we have been touching on that now and again here. It's a really awful day for many people here in Texas. That flooding was just indescribable. I see the Taka livery. You might have seen it there. Let me pull away from this. This is the Avianca Taka livery, kind of a heritage livery with the logo of a
American 530 approaching Nettie.
Of a now defunct airline on the tail.
Clear to land 18 right, American 530.
That's I think that's a flight from Venice that arrived a short time ago. There in the background. We say thank you again to all of our members. That completes the list of more than 400 Runway DFW members. Thanks to each of you for your kind contributions to this channel. So this is Avianca flight 443. It will be going out to San Salvador, so we'll get a little better look at this as it comes up to our broadcast location. The Taka Retro livery. So I guess from what I'm reading here, Avianca is the current branding of Taka Airlines, or the former branding of Avianca.
Tower Cafe 876 172 Nancy, and
George Zeri says, hello, Walt, hot and humid here in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. And I think, does that mean plus 30 degrees Celsius? That's hot. Thank you for watching our stream. Salt Lake City flights, checking in. How's the weather at the airport? Well, we went over this a short time ago. I'll briefly go over it. We've got winds coming out of the south at 12 knots, 14 miles an hour. 83 degrees Fahrenheit, 28 degrees Celsius, and humidity right up there at 67%. So it's sticky, but not terrible for a summer day here at the airport. The sun is behind clouds. Livery. Well, let's see, it's going over to the east side, it looks like, so that may be our last good look at it.
At Alpha crossing left, 26,000 bridge, American 30. American 5 taxi back, 1 Alpha, hold short 1 left. Echo Alpha, hold short 1
As it says, bread and butter to that Delta plane coming in the other direction, which is on its way to Salt Lake City. So the flight we saw coming in from Venice over on the east side, there it is there. It's a relatively new route for American Airlines. It's flight 131. It's been taxiing for 16 minutes now since it landed way over there on the east side.
Yeah, that's the tower on board 1495, looking ready for a
We interrupt the Venice flight to bring you the arrival of the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 from Hong Kong. That's a plane we usually get to see go out late at night. It leaves here around 11 o'clock p.m. to go back to Hong Kong. So there we see it arriving.
1495 for 1 English.
Flight 876, a little bit late, not very much, about 15 minutes late.
Taxi Echo full whiskey Mike. Wrong way, 18 left Cafe.
That is completing a 14-hour and 25-minute flight from Hong Kong, 8,100 miles. Airbus A350-1000, a 2-year-old aircraft. It'll be 3 years old next month. Headed over to Terminal D. Curtis Mardews is saying hello from Midland. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. Decided to stop by while I'm taking a break from door dashing and Ubering on a very warm day in West Texas. Glad you could pop in. I think Lyric the Game Boy likes what they see. Eagle Wings wants to know, what does one do on a 14-hour flight? Well, I guess the flight from... I've been on the flight twice now from Seoul to here, which I think is a little bit shorter, maybe 13 hours. And I'm not someone who's really good at sleeping on a plane, because I'm so excited to be on a plane. I don't fly that often. So you look out the window. Of course, for most of the flight, if you do have a window seat, there's not much to see because it's all ocean and clouds. And that's if you're flying in the daytime. But so you just kind of save up some movies or something. Well, I mean, the flights typically have movies available to watch. I hardly ever watch the airline movies on their little screens. I usually rely on my own devices for entertainment. But you load up on some good... I like to listen to podcasts. If you're into ebook or ebooks, that's another thing you can do, or just read, or download a movie or two. If you have YouTube Premium, listen to that. A 3-year-old Airbus A220 Delta Airlines going to Salt Lake City. With that Wookiee roar.
Envoy 4095, traffic will position with the emergency function left on
So Cathay on its way to the gate. Well, Douglas W. McDonald had to go get him some Sonic. Not going with his namesake this time as far as fast food goes. Sonic is based in Oklahoma City, or not. Well, I don't know if it's Oklahoma City, but in Oklahoma is where the headquarters of Sonic are. And it's kind of a regional. It's like a drive-in. It's not. It's like the old-fashioned drive-in where a car hop comes to you, and I think you can order now by screen or by app. But somebody comes out to you. You sit in your car and you eat or take it out. But there's no place to go inside at most Sonics. I think they have a couple locations where they do have some indoor seating. And here in this part of Texas, at least, there's pretty much a Sonic in every community. There's one in my little town. But again, I may have been there once or maybe twice. I'm just not a Sonic guy. So this Cathay typically pulls into the southwest corner of Terminal D. And we'll see its tail sticking out there once it parks. Suze S7 wants to know if there's any more fireworks in DFW tonight. I suspect there are, although we had some wet weather last night, and maybe some displays that got rained out. Maybe they'll try it again tonight. But I don't know for sure. So there goes Cathay into its bay at Terminal D. We've got Frontier Flight 1405 to Ontario, California, an Airbus A321neo with Leaf, the Morlitz tree frog on its tail. Now, I don't know that I've ever seen this one. Have I? Have you? little guy. Relatively new plane, just a year old as of March. O'Malley says Sonic for emergency use only. I think that's kind of how I feel about it. Well, finally, the tri-jet approacheth. This has been taxiing around now for 15 minutes since we saw it coming in for a touchdown over on the east side. Once again, this left Louisville an hour and 56 minutes ago. So a pretty good chunk of it has been taken up with taxiing around DFW Airport. This will be the only tri-jet we have here at UPS right now. We've had as many as 4 in within the last month. I think we had a day, well, a night, I think, when we had 4 tri-jets. Haven't seen that since. But it is a plane we will be saying goodbye to in the not too distant future, as far as UPS and FedEx go. So let's enjoy it while we can.
Envoy 3939 ILS 183.
Envoy 3939, distance 71 right, clear to land.
21 clear to land, Envoy 39. Clear takeoff, 1 left, American 558. Runway 1 left, left.
Well, I can't remember if we gave it a musical salute, so if we did not, here we go.
1998.
27-year-old 20th century MD-11. Houston, Texas. What a great invention, the tri-jet. Well, O'Malley with our tri-jet icons. Eric says the tri-jets need to go to museums. Well, I'm afraid that probably most of them will be broken up for parts for the the planes that are left, unfortunately. Devin Barnes with a good morning from Melbourne, Australia. Hello, Devin. And you may hear it in the back. We've got another UPS plane firing up. Flight 5798 to San Antonio, Texas, a 767.
I'll
give you a look at that in a minute. Singapore Airlines cargo flight 7369 going to Brussels, a 747-400 is now on the radar, so we should be seeing that taxiing out. Our experience with that is that it generally goes over to the east side for takeoff, but, well, we'll see what happens. See if we can get our eyes on the 767 here. Well, it's kind of behind a wall, but it will be emerging shortly. Eric talking about that tri-jet we were looking at was flown by Lufthansa from 1998 to 2002, where it was supposed to be scrapped, but it didn't get scrapped, did it? Caitlin Aarons wants to know what they do with old retired commercial planes. Well, this is not one of them. This is a relatively new plane which was built as a freighter. But, you know, as we had just been discussing, a lot of the commercial passenger planes, a certain number of them anyway, at least if they're as far as 757s and 767s, A300s, many of them have been converted to cargo planes. Like, and again, not this one. This was built as a cargo plane. But there are, UPS has a number of 767s in its fleet which were not originally cargo planes. So Eric says the that MD-11 we had been ogling had been a Lufthansa cargo freighter. But I don't know if any, were there any MD-11s that were originally built as cargo planes, or were they all converted from passenger planes? I do not know the answer. I'm just asking out loud. Ron C suggests going by Tucson, Arizona, and flying or driving by the airplane graveyard. Well, there's a number of airports in the world which have airplane graveyards. This flight to San Antonio going out here on 18 left to San Antonio. Did I say? I said San Antonio multiple times there, just making sure that you know where it's going. San Antonio, of course, a city here in Texas. And I think it's got the green light to take off. was a very snappy takeoff right in front of Terminal D. Pretty short flight to San Antonio. It would not be likely that this plane would be loaded up with fuel for that short of a flight.
Order departure UPS 5790 heavy.
Eagle Wings is my favorite plane to fly on. Is a 757. Biggest I've flown on was an L1011 to Honolulu on Hawaii. Caitlin wants to know, or Katie wants to know what the park name we're currently at. We're currently at a place called Founders Plaza. It is operated by DFW Airport. It is a place where anybody can come and park. It's open 24 hours a day, even though you might see online that it's only open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. But it's a 24-hour operation here for the most part. They do have a gate which can be closed, so I'm not saying if you come here at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday morning, it will definitely be open, but I'm just saying I've been here at all hours from like 4 or 4:30 a.m. to after midnight, and it's always been open when I'm here. Right now, all the parking spots seem to have been taken up. There are even cars parked in fire zones right now, which is not, of course, cottoned to. But yeah, lots of folks here. Me, including me, and including you, because you're a part of the action too. Rebalancing my main tripod here. And we're getting ready to see the Singapore Airlines cargo plane peek out from its cargo cubby. Once again, it's going to Brussels. It is a 20-year-old 747-400. If we're lucky, we'll see it take off from over here on the west side, but our experience has been that it won't. It'll go over the bridge to the east side. Gary Justice letting us know there were an estimated 53 MD-11 freighters built over the span of its life. So there's the answer to that. Thank you, Gary Justice. Douglas 44 says, "Hi, Walt, I'm at DFW right now." Well, hello to you. We say hello to Julie Lee. Hello, Julie. Cinema Roll says the power went out in my apartment. Yikes. Well, I hope everything's okay where you are. Matt Spencer with a good morning from Brisbane, Australia. Happy Sunday morning to you. Always good to see our Australian friends in the house with us. British Airways Flight 190 from Austin to London Heathrow is somewhere in the clouds above us right now to the west. 777-200. The cloud deck is low enough that I don't think we'd have any chance of seeing it today in the sky above us. And am I seeing any motion on this Singapore Airlines cargo? Well, it has been pushed back, but I don't see it pushing forward. There are buildings in the way that make it so we cannot see where this 747 is parked. If we had X-ray vision, we'd be able to see it, but we don't, so we can't. We're about to see the arrival of a flight that Mrs. Runway DFW and I will be on next month, American Airlines Flight 355, from Grand Cayman in the Cayman Islands. It's a 737-800, finishing up a flight of just over 3 hours from that island in the Caribbean, south of Cuba to the west of Jamaica. So we're gonna flip over and watch that arrive. You hear that sound? Can you hear that? I think that's the sound of an electric Honda. Electric cars have to give off some sound to warn pedestrians, and that's the sound that this one gives off. And actually, I think that Honda is built by Chevrolet. Can't remember what the name of that car is, or the Honda version of it. Okay, here comes the flight from the Cayman Islands. So yes, if all goes well, we'll probably bring you a live broadcast from Owen Roberts International Airport in the Cayman Islands next month, as we did last time we were there. And I think I do see the 747 now. Be a bit obscured at first, but we'll see it emerging here.
American 355 at Whiskey.
Priscilla Antunes, or Antunes, says hello. Hello to you. MRI says that was no sound effect from the 1953 War of the Worlds. Now, I have an electric car built by Chevrolet, and I only wish that I could change the sound of it, because I would really like to have it make that Jetsons sound, you know, where its car went. I'd love it to make that sound. Singapore Airlines cargo, there you go. It's going to Brussels, Belgium. And we did play back the arrival of this plane that I recorded on my smartphone before we set any of this equipment up. So we got a little bonus 747 action there. I can't pop in your message now, but the aviation channel is saying, hey Walt, I'm excited to see the Singapore 747 take off. Hoping it'll fly over us soon. Well, again, I can't promise that it'll be taking off from here on the west side, but we will endeavor to bring you its takeoff, even if it's on the east side. So it'll be making a right turn here presently.
Singapore Cargo 7369, heavy DFW south traffic is 4 out. Thanks to
A right turn from the pilot's perspective.
Cross, runway 18 right, Yankee, hold short, runway 18 left, Singapore 7369.
So this aircraft has gotten clearance to cross runway 18 right, which is the arrivals runway. It will hold when it gets to 18 left, the departure runway. We'll see what happens.
Envoy 3910 on that Blair and 1 left.
Let's take off 1 left on Blair and 139.
Cross runway 18 left, Yankee, contact ground 85, Singapore 73.
Well, if I heard that right, this plane crossing 18 left, which likely means it's going over to the east side for takeoff.
Envoy 3910,
I do hear what sounds like another UPS plane firing up just south of us. So while this plane did land over here on the west side, it will be taking off on the east side. We'll keep an eye on it, hopefully bring you that arrival when it happens. Let us tilt up here for the arrival of Volaris. Volaris coming in from Mexico City, flight 4800 and Airbus A321 Neo. Now, over on the east side, did I see it there? Yeah, it looks like on the east side, Turkish flight 191 from Istanbul. A Dash 9 Dreamliner is lined up to land in about 2 or 3 minutes. We'll try to bring you that arrival. Coming in next here on the west side, American Flight 1630, a MAX 8. I think it's our first MAX 8 of the day from Kalispell, Montana, Flight 1630.
Right at Blair, clear for takeoff 18 left, envoy 3392. Tower, good evening, envoy 38, 29, ILS 1 in right. 1 in right, just land envoy 38.
Now let's switch over to camera 1. For the Kalispell arrival. Let's see, keeping an eye on the Turkish plane. Let me see the Singapore Airlines cargo to Brussels. Looks like it's number 3 for takeoff over on runway 17 right. We should be about to see Turkish.
Roger, good day, Envoy 3392.
DFW Tower American 1742 inbound 18 right.
1742, this is turning on your clear line, 160 at
18 right, clear to land American 1742.
So let me see if we can find Turkish for you. I was pre-adjusting our camera so it doesn't go out of focus when we run into objects in the foreground. So is this it? I do believe it is. Try to get you as big a picture as we can. That's the equivalent of 1200 millimeters. For you camera buffs.
We'll cross 18 left at Whiskey Lima and talk to 0.85 Burbank 864.
American 107014 out on the island.
American 1070, get the cargo now, starting 1 expected, 1 contact,
American 1070 for land, 18 right.
Well, there you go. So I'll do some taxiing before it heads over to Terminal D on the west side. And let's see, we're still, looks like Singapore is either next or coming up after next. So we'll see what we can see about that. Carlos Quijano says, thanks for your work. I'm right behind you. So, Carlos, nice to see you, and thank you for checking in. Steve Holsey, with a good question. Why do they send an airplane to the east side when there's no waiting on the west side? And that has to do with the destination of the aircraft and the lanes in the sky that are available for the planes to take off and land on. Now, this is a very busy airport. And of course, in addition to the traffic from this airport, there are other airports in the vicinity, Dallas Love Field for one, and then a lot of general aviation and commercial and business jet oriented planes. And that was flight 3007 you're looking at there. American flight 3007 going to Los Angeles.
Left, line up, await American 651.
That's it there. It's a 777. So hopefully we'll get the 747 out of the way before that takes off. But it looks like Singapore Airlines cargo getting lined up now to take off. Once again, it's a 747-400 going to Brussels in Belgium. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Good to see you. A nice lady with I guess her son was there just to say hello, that they watch, and that's so nice. Do we see them in the background there?
American 1742.
Not sure. Okay, so now we are waiting now
Echo
for
Whiskey Lima, short of 18 left, American.
Singapore Airlines cargo to take off
American 651 on the 54.
from runway 17 right over there on the east side. And so what we'll do is we'll see it lift off from above the buildings there in the center of the airport.
3007. Heading.
And I wish it would take off because we've got this 777 about to take off over here for Los Angeles. Don't you know? Runway DFW will be headed to Los Angeles in September, mid-September. For the Cranky Dork Fest weekend, we'll be doing a show, at least a show or two from LAX. We may once again do a show from the Cranky Dork Fest itself. 747 is now rolling down the runway. And the 777 is now getting ready to head out. So, no, maybe we'll see both. I don't know. Our primary goal is to show you the 747.
American 651.
And if we can get the 777 in the shot too, well, that's all the better. So the 777 is rolling here on the east side. There goes the 747 off to Brussels.
Delta, hold short, 1 left, American 10. Echo Alpha, hold short, 1 left, American 10.
There's the 777 off to Los Angeles.
Tower, look, what is it? 4, there's a 1 here.
Envoy 4274, there's the return runway 18, right, search line 1160 left 19.
Right, runway 42.
See, can we switch back to the 747? I don't know if we can do that.
Envoy 3829, Gulf take off.
There it is.
Then contact on 0.85.
Final farewell to the quad jet.
American 1742 is fueling my contact.
Getting very breezy here. I don't know what's happening. The current METAR has the wind speed 13 knots, 15 miles an hour, which has increased since we've been here. 83 degrees Fahrenheit, 28 degrees Celsius.
Echo Whiskey Lima, hold short, 18 left, American.
Skies are clearing a bit. I think I need to dump some water in my drink bottle. Let's see if we can get a little bit of just a little bit. Of Sun Country coming in.
Park, 1 left, clear for takeoff.
That Sun Country plane arriving from Punta Cana after a 4.5-hour flight. And let's do one more east side arrival. It's going to be American Flight 153 from London Heathrow, a 777-200.
We're in departure after 114, 4667. Runway 18 left, runway 3358.
My thirst will wait to be quenched until we see this plane disappear. And you can see a little bit of sun peeking through.
Departure 3025 today.
All right, now I'm going to turn my mic down, get myself some more refreshing water as we get a note from Spike 744. Says the first flight of the 747 SP was 50 years ago yesterday. And for those of you who are not familiar with the SP is kind of like a stubby 747. Had a lower capacity, but it was designed to fly very long routes.
20 left, line up and wait on envoy 4060.
And there's only a couple left that are flying. I think one of them is or has been owned by a Las Vegas casino. The Sands, I think? I don't even know if that still exists. Well, just before the top of the hour, you're watching Runway DFW live from Dallas Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. And true to our thumbnail, we're about to see a Spirit Airlines plane coming in from Salt Lake City. I'm sorry, from San Jose, California. An Airbus A321neo, the flight number 2462. So look, we try not to overpromise and underdeliver. We'll be able to dissolve from this image to this one. So we head into our number, let's see, we completed 3 hours. Head into hour number 4.
Contact departure runway 4060 today.
Of Runway DFW for this Saturday. And a big welcome to you if you're just new to the channel. We do this usually around 3 times a week when we can. Runway DFW comes to you primarily from DFW International Airport, although we do hop over to Dallas Love Field on occasion, and then we, as I was mentioning earlier, we do have some other locations that we broadcast from. Will be next month, at least one broadcast, tentatively.
Yeah, they told us to hold with ground, monitor them. We're monitoring ramp, and we're not blocking you. We'll just stay here.
Tentatively next month from Georgetown in the Grand Cayman Islands, from Owen Roberts International Airport. We were there a couple of months ago, and that was fun. And then in September, we'll be going to Los Angeles for the Cranky Dork Fest weekend on the 12th, 13th, and 14th. We will be hanging out with our friends Kevin and Rudy at Airline Videos Live. We'll be doing some broadcasts on our own, and we'll be there for the Cranky Dork Fest activities on Saturday, the 13th, in the little park next to the In-N-Out Burger at Los Angeles International Airport. And then on the 15th, we'll be flying to Seoul in Korea to bring you some broadcasts from Incheon International Airport. Maybe we'll hop over to Gimpo International Airport again, try that again. So lots of good stuff coming up for you here on Runway DFW, and I hope you can hang out with us for that activity. We've got American Flight 3072 coming in from Seattle. It's an Airbus A321neo, and there you see it on Flight Radar 24, the official radar provider of DFW, or of Runway DFW. So again, once that plane crosses that road, that highway, is where we can begin to see it here. Blaze wants to know if we capture arrivals or just departures. Well, oh, they say, never mind, you just answered my question. Yeah, we do both. We have got a very good position here at Founders Plaza at DFW Airport. So as you see, as that plane crosses over that highway there, we will switch over to this camera where we can pick it up. Next arrival is going to be American Flight 2399 from Silao in Mexico, 737-800. Be here in just a sec. Please stand by. Sarah, the real deal, one of our Quad Jet channel members. Hello, Sarah. So good to see you. James Layton with the greetings and thank you from Crooked River Ranch in Oregon. Hello to you. Blaze says, my dad is the captain on Flight 81, which is a 777-300ER inbound from LHR in about an hour. Could you capture this? I probably can. Stand by. Here's MR Rice. Have fun in South Korea and be safe. I have found, I've been there twice now. My son lives there in South Korea, in Seoul. He lives and works there. And it's been his experience that South Korea is a very safe place for him and his fiancée. but thank you for your concern. One reason my son, I guess, feels safe there is because his job, he's a journalist, he covers North Korea. That's his specialty. He figures out what they're doing in North Korea by satellite, by analyzing satellite photos and sources in the north. Now, he doesn't actually go there, but he's got a lot of information about North Korea, and he writes about it for NK News, which is his online publication that he works for. And so he knows what's going on there. And I think if he felt he was in any danger, he'd be among the first to know. We've got another Sun Country plane coming in from Cancun, Mexico, flight 514 over on the east side. I don't know. Let's see if we'll pick that up. 737-800. Sun Country, as the name suggests, operates a lot of flights to and from vacation destinations. That's its focus. It flies in and out of here. Its home base is Minneapolis, Sun Country. So we'll get a little bit of a look at Sun Country here, I think. There it is. In fact, we just saw one coming in earlier from Punta Cana. And we segue nicely over to this American Eagle E-Jet. And that is touching down from San Antonio, Texas, an Embraer 175, flight 4147. Look down to Terminal D, where there to the right center of your shot is the tail of the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 we saw coming in earlier this afternoon. And if we pan over just to the right here, we should see there it is. That would be American Flight 153, which came in from London Heathrow, a 777-200. It touched down 11 minutes ago over on the east side. I think we saw that one come in, and it's on its way over to Terminal D now for deplaning. Lyric the Game Boy says, I really like ICN, which is the code for Incheon International Airport in Seoul, based on the live streams they've seen there. And yeah, it's a great airport. I mean, of course, obviously you see a lot of Korean Air flights. You see a lot of Asiana, although that will be going away with the merger. And there's just a whole ton of international flights from places that I can't even pronounce for the most part, or a lot of them. So it's a fun place to see planes you just don't see here in the States. So looking forward to that. Leonard Watkins says, got more likes than people watching. That's good, I guess. I suppose it is. We're happy for everybody who's watching, of course.
American 566 with the approach of flight break.
566, get to return, runway 18 right, circle line 11, Heathrow at 1.
Circle line 18 right, American 566.
Spike 744 says Seoul is, can I put that up? Seoul is a safe city along with a few other Asian cities. I believe we've got some special livery coming up here. No, it's not. It's Delta. Well, I mean, it's special if you're Delta, but I almost thought that was the America West livery, but it is Delta. This is an Airbus A320 going to, I believe, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
1998.
27-year-old plane, celebrating that anniversary in April of this year.
Echo is Lima, hold for 18 left, we'll check American
Hello. I'm doing good.
My son and I are two of your biggest fans.
Oh, well, thank you so
Brian
much.
Hetherington, you've seen him on
Yes, I have. It's,
his dad, which talks about his dad.
oh, well, it's so good to see you.
So, in fact, he may be on right now, but I just
Well, we'll say he's right away. You can wave to him right there.
Was he? Where on?
No, just stay here.
Okay.
The camera's right there.
Wave to the camera.
Yeah, just wave to the camera.
Hi, Ryan.
There you go.
I think he's watching, so I'll wave to him again.
I hope so. If not, you can just tell him to go to 7:12 on the clock and rewind it.
But I want to let you know how glad I am you're here. We're gonna, my wife and I are going to be going down to Florida for about a year.
Oh, wow.
This coming week. You are, and I'm a pilot myself.
Ah.
You are my connection to DFW.
Oh, well, thank you. I will continue to be that.
So when I'm in Florida, you'll be my #1 contact.
Oh,
you
well.
won't know it. I'll write to you.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, so good to meet you in person.
Yeah, glad to meet you. I've seen you before up here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But I meet a lot of people, so.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you won't. I really appreciate you being here, and I appreciate
Thank you so much. It's a lot of fun. Okay, thanks again. Appreciate that. So nice to meet people who have gonna be in Florida for a year. Wow. American Flight 566 from Sacramento in California is coming up on the radar. It's an Airbus A321. And we couldn't not let you see it arriving. There's some greetings for George Hetherington. Michael Flannery, channel member and moderator. Hello, Michael. Very good to see you here.
Tower American 2944, visual push 1 direct. Lovely, 1 left, left there, 29.
we have Texas Girl joining us. Often she's right over there next to us, but she's far afield tonight visiting family. So we say hello to you, Texas Girl. Thanks for hopping in. Marsha Ferguson says lots of people plane watching out there this evening. Had to circle the parking lot a few times for parking to open up. Hello, everyone. Hello to you, Marsha. Yeah, I got here at just the right time. 4 o'clock seems to be... I mean, I was able to pull into a space straight away, although it was raining when I got here. So we had we started on time, but we weren't ready to broadcast yet. So we had cameras on while we were finishing up with all of our activities. Here comes a flight from San Antonio, Texas, American Flight 413, an Airbus A320. And I'm going to guess if this is not a 20th century plane, it's probably pretty close. Let's see when I punch it up here. Let's see what it says. Yeah. $19.99. That is a 26-year-old plane.
Can I interrupt you one more time?
Sure.
My granddaughter Eve just saw me.
Oh, okay. Well, let me punch you back up there. There you go.
Hello, Eve. Hello, Eve.
Okay.
I'll let you go.
Thank you. We're happy to reunite families here. So Dad plus Eve. Eve and Dax are watching. Kevin Abbott. Oh, thank you for those kind words, Kevin. Appreciate that. Marsha Ferguson says big coyote in the field over here. So I think Marsha said she's here somewhere. I'm scanning the landscape to see. If I see it, I'll bring it to you, but I'm not seeing it right now, coyote-wise. American Flight 2003 to Seattle is headed out. It's an Airbus A321. A breezy late Saturday afternoon here at Founders Plaza, DFW Airport. Still got a few clouds in the sky, as you can see. So Marsha says over on the field where the planes are coming in. Well, that's a big spot, Marsha. We're looking for coyotes, though, so. Again, if I see any, I'll try to zoom in. We always like wildlife here. Next arrival is American Flight 1288 from Puerto Vallarta in Mexico, an Airbus A321. Oh, there it is. Thank you. All right, we've got sight of the Coyote now. Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom will commence. It is just to the south of us. It's outside of the perimeter fence of the airport itself. Although I imagine it probably has a sneaky way to get in there when it can. Give you some perspective, there's the UPS cargo facility. Oh, did it just make a... What is it doing? It's getting some prey there. Looks like it's stomping on something. Maybe a bird? I don't know.
American 2806 on air to Beefheart. Runway 1 left, clear for takeoff.
It's got something in its mouth, I think.
American 1288, next to the Echo with Lima, hold short of runway 1 left.
Well, dinner time for coyotes.
American 841. Okay, 2235. Some people just went to the last. We need a minute or two.
American 2235, hold short of runway 1 left and then 5.
Short of 1 left, hold 5. 2235.
Well, there we go. Back to the aircraft here. It was a few weeks ago, I think it was in a morning broadcast. We actually had one of the coyotes came around the temporary fence and was here just within a few feet of our broadcast location. It was almost a little scary. But I did not get eaten or bitten or anything. Fascinating wildlife, says Phil G.
Hold short, 1 left with you, Lima, on 1 side,
And Dale says, where's the road runner when you need him? American Flight 1170 from Colorado Springs in Colorado is a 737-800, and it is just about to touch down. We shall bring you that here on Runway DFW.
Clear for takeoff, 1 left, on left, to Laren, American 2265.
So in case you're asking, I don't see the coyote that we were talking about anymore. we do see American Flight 2235 to Denver. It's an Airbus A321. Here it goes. Sarah Deal says, at least it is not a wolf. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. Would that be better or not better? I'm not sure. We have other wildlife here, of course, at the airport. I suspect they're looking for some food as well from their perch on the temporary fence. In search of worms or insects or some such. Arriving from Ontario, California, flight 2635, an Airbus A321.
Clear for takeoff to Envoy 4279.
We welcome Jack Vaith, coming to us from Colorado Springs. MRI says American Flight 132 taxiing over to the east side for takeoff. That's American Flight to Dublin, a 777, 300 ER. We've got Viva Aerobus on the downslope. Viva Aerobus Flight 582 from Querétaro in Mexico, and Airbus A320. So we'll be seeing that here shortly. So you get another profile look at all the UPS freighters lined up just to the south of us. Those are 4 of them. There's 2 more out of the sight of this shot. So we're looking at that before we get to the Viva Aerobus coming in from Querétaro. That plane poking its nose into the shot there, just for the record, American Flight 2373, which is headed off to Vancouver in Canada, an Airbus A321. And yes, we do have 4 cameras here for you today. Well, one of those, the 4th camera is not in that view because otherwise you'd get a lot of me moving the camera around.
American 9, DFW runway 13 right, first line, 1150 left 13.
So here's the colorful Viva Aerobus.
American 584 visual for 1 in right. Clear to land 18 right, full short Bravo, American 584.
Coming in next, Spirit Airlines, Flight 2357 from Las Vegas. And that'll be an Airbus A321neo. Channel member Owen says, good morning, Walton. Chat, hello, Owen. You must be on the other side of the world if it's the morning time for you. We are glad to have you a part of this fun enterprise that we've got. And we're about to see a yellow bird emerge from the skies.
RNAV Blair and Wait, left clear takeoff American 1207. Departure of 01, American 2373.
Envoy 3789, just to leave runway 1 right clear to land, full short taxi, Bravo,
Still wet? Alright, clear to land, 1 right, full short Bravo, yeah, 3789.
Texas Girl says American 777 going to Venice is on the radar. We saw that plane come in earlier, or that we saw the flight from Venice come in earlier. It is on the move. I would expect this plane to take off on the east side, although we haven't seen it take off here on the west side. Well, Venice is a relatively new route for American Airlines. Just in the last month or so did it start up. Maybe last month or two. And as we might have expected, it is now pointing its nose towards the east side of the airport. Let's watch this little biz jet go up. Let me see what we had there. That was going to Lubbock, Texas, a private owner of a Cessna Citation V or 5. And we will give that plane a, I don't want to say posthumous, but it's out of our view, but we will give it a salute.
1991.
Oh yeah, that was a 34-year-old Cessna Citation V. We've got a lot of old-time radio talk going on in the chat. about Jack Benny and Mel Blanc. This looks like the littlest A319 I've ever seen. It's Flight 817 going to Jackson, Mississippi. It's an 11-year-old. It is an Airbus A319. It just looks smaller. For some reason, it looks smaller than the usual one. I don't know why. I know they made a Airbus A318. Airbus did. Did American get one of those and they just call it an... no. Nah.
Just confirm that's for American 2598, big land when I ready. Hold short of Bravo.
2598, American 817. RNAV to depart from runway left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV depart 18.
American 9, where do you park? American 9, taxi to Alpha, hold short of runway right.
Well, thank you for that endorsement, Mary Extraordinaire. We're not... Mary is a denizen of our... She's a regular on our Chatstravaganza portion of our show. So, Mary, it's always good to see you here prior to the Chatstravaganza. Channel member Linda Kavinsky is here from a very warm Chicagoland. It's really kind of cooled down here, not to brag. Let's see, it was in the low 80s earlier. That's down to 81 currently, 81 Fahrenheit, 27 degrees Celsius. Wind, 13 knots, 15 miles an hour. Generally from the south. An E-jet touching down. That plane coming in from Midland, Texas, flight 3573, number 175. And we're just about, well, we're close. Close to seeing the American Airlines flight to Venice taking off. We've also got another American wide-body jet, flight 963 to Sao Paulo, Brazil, is in line to take off on the east side. So when those come up to bat, we'll try to get those for you. Well, I believe that's American Flight 395 going to Anchorage, an Airbus A321neo. Pretty long narrow-body flight, one of the longest for American from this origination point. Alright, so there is one plane ahead now of two American wide bodies going out, one to Venice, one to Sao Paulo, Brazil. So Stand by for that.
Tower American 1636, we have numbers, we're ready to go. 18 left, line up wait for American 1636, thank you.
We get a little hydration break here, just a second.
At Golf 8, cross 28 left band, 0.85 number per second.
Joseph Clearwater is checking in from Terre Haute, Indiana. How much rain did Dallas get? Has it moved out for the night? Well, we got some rain here in the Dallas area, but a terrible amount fell in central Texas, where you may have seen that more than 24 people were lost to flooding along the Guadalupe River in central Texas. Just a terrible, terrible tragedy. So our thoughts go out to all those who were affected. All right, American Flight 1302 Venice, 777-200. From the turn of the century, from the year 2000, is about to take off. Switch over to camera 1, which is looking in that general direction, and we'll try to get it going up into the sky for you here on Runway DFW. Just about an hour away from sunset here at in North Texas. Flight radar showing the flight to Venice has not yet begun its movement. Now it has. And that's not it there. We're looking for something that's going to be popping up from behind those buildings there in the center of the airport.
1243.
There it is.
Short of 18 left.
So taking off right behind that aircraft is Dreamliner headed out to Sao Paulo, Brazil. I think it's a Dreamliner.
947, we're established on the visual 18 right.
Yes. Dreamliner -9. So we're going to be on the lookout now for American Flight 963.
Taxiway for Bravo, American 947.
Same drill. Set up. Watch for it after it starts to roll.
RNAV Solaire, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1243, no delay.
Spike 744 says that's a lot of American tails we see. Well, it is. This is the home of American Airlines here in at DFW Airport. All right, the flight to Sao Paulo is now rolling down runway 17 right. So let's check it out. Again, we can't see the east side runways. All we can see is the effect of their we see the planes before they land, and we can see them after they take off, but we can't see them actually landing or taking off.
Cross 18 left over the ground, envoy 35. Alpha Rude, come to ground on the other side of the
64, 75, Whiskey Mike, cross 21 left, Alpha Rude, contact ground 26 on Alpha Rude.
Cross 1 left, Alpha Rude, ground
Whiskey 17 and Alpha cross 1 left, Alpha Rude, contact ground 26 on
Briefly had a shot of that preceding plane there in the upper left-hand corner of the screen.
Cover departure, American 1243, good day.
Envoy 3954 to 27, runway right, clear to land, full for a second as well.
Clear to land, white right, full close, Bravo, on board 39.
Boatstone spotted the lattice tower there in the center of the airport. There it is there, the tallest structure there. And we take our hats off to our friend Luke of the Random Spotter. That's one of his creations there. It's got to be pretty cool to see. You look out at an airport and see something that you've been responsible for putting there. There you see United Flight 2330. It's going to Denver. It's an Airbus A319. 23-year-old plane. Waiting to take off from here on the west side of the airport. Meanwhile, we've got American Flight 947 from Bozeman, Montana. There it is there. Was on Facebook. We had a request from somebody whose husband was flying the flight from Bozeman, and they put a request in on Facebook. Did anybody get a picture of this? And it was on Thursday when we were here, I believe, and so I was able to send them a link to the clip where that plane arrived. What have we coming our way here? It's American Flight 80 to London Heathrow. No, it's not coming our way. It's going out across the bridge. This is a 777-300ER. I think somebody had asked us to shoot this. I can't remember if it was a family member or somebody in the flight deck. But there it is. We'll try to keep track of this one too and see if we can watch it take off from the east side.
Departure Envoy 40,
10-year-old 777-300ER.
left, on the way back to 1328.
Sarah Deal has moved, talking about her new home. It's always a challenge to move to a new home. And I'm seeing now in the chat room that there's now that death toll in Central Texas now risen to 43 from flooding in Central Texas. Oh my goodness. What a terrible tragedy. we currently have no planes coming in on the west side. We do have now on the radar Cargo Lux 747, which is 747-400, which will be going to Luxembourg. We may not see that go out on this side of the airport, but we'll try to show it to you nevertheless. We're all in on 747s here. Oh, there's Blaze. It was me, but my dad is the pilot on American Flight 81. It's a 777-300ER inbound from Heathrow. Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that. We'll keep an eye out for that. Josh Aldrich in St. Louis. Why, we're used to seeing you in Oklahoma City, Josh, but wherever you are, so glad to have you with us. Josh, one of our Quad Jet channel members and a moderator. He must be on special assignment. Let's see how Flight 80 is going. Flight 80 to London Heathrow is about ready to lift off from 17 left. 17 right, sorry. Can you see those clouds up there? Let me get our other camera pointed at our cloud cover this evening. There we go. Pretty overcast, but it does really make for a refreshing evening here at Founders Plaza.
Yeah, 2330, clip take off 18 left, RNAV to land.
Got an old livery United plane going out here. With the golden continental globe etched on its tail. That Airbus A319 off to Denver. 23-year-old plane. All right, who's in the mood for 4 engines? 4 is greater than 2 after all. And there's Cargo Lux to prove it.
It would be a meaty, we're about on the right.
Number 4103 DFW.
This once again is going to, where did we say that's going to? Or did we? Luxembourg, it's home base. – 747-400, 20-year-old plane. 26-year-old plane. What? 1999. That's a little better. Alan Prunier, or Prunier, channel member, welcoming the 747 to our midst. Everything else seems to stop when, well, everything else doesn't really stop, but for us it kind of does when we see a 747 in our midst. I just hope they'll let it take off from over here on the west side.
RWD Parkline, left clear for takeoff on Boeing 3567. Runway 18 tower, runway 18 left, line up and wait. Runway 18 left, line up and wait, American Limited.
It will be presently making a right turn to go across the runways here on the west side. So the big jet waits as it gets, pauses for clearance. It's about that runway 18 right, where it's pausing in front of, is about to see American Airlines Flight 2834 come in from San Jose, California, 737-800. Sean, DFW, Texas, very heavy cargo loads. And Sea Freaks Trains and Train Games says this livery reminds them of the logos that were on my Lego planes when I was a kid.
We are on final for 18 right.
18 Well, I see something very favorable to us. It is making a left turn on the central taxiway, which indicates that we may be seeing it take off right in front of our eyes. Meanwhile, Flight 81 from London Heathrow, a 777-300ER is, I see on the radar now, about to land. One of our viewers has asked that we capture that, so I think we'll be able to do that and bring you the takeoff of this plane. So just a second or two, I'll get that 777 in our sights. Andy Gibson with a Canadian $14 super chat from a retired American Airline Tech Ops guy. Thanks for the great, enjoyable shows from DFW. Why, we're his favorite YouTube channel. Well, thank you so much. That is very kind of you to say. I am hoping we do not have to have a competition here for the flight we have been asked to watch arrive. I don't see it yet with my Walt vision. And again, we're looking for Flight 81 coming in on the east side from London Heathrow. Just after 8 p.m. here in the Central Time Zone, and a reminder that you're watching Runway DFW, live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. Thanks for watching. So I see I now do see the plane that we're hoping to see. So here's the flight coming in from London. The 747 is holding, so I think we're good on that. So the dad of one of our viewers is on the flight deck of this aircraft. And again, we regrettably won't be able to see it touch down, but get a pretty good look at it here.
Negative 2885 on your right.
So there you go. Hope that helped. Jacqueline McDonald says, may I ask who those people are sitting at the table? Well, I don't know. This is a public area here at Founders Plaza. And there's a picnic table just to the right of where I'm standing, and people are free to sit there and watch the planes come and go. But I have not been formally introduced, so I don't know who they are. Well, this is nice. We get to see a 747 take off right here. Runway DFW now in its 5th hour of broadcasting. Try to go till dusk. We're about to lose it in the murk here. I guess we did. Well, very good. Chip says Cargo Lux carrying cargo boxes. And Ronald Smith liked that view. Good to see you in the chat, Chip. Ronald Smith, channel member, said, must be really heavy. Well, it's got a long way to go. It's got going all the way to Luxembourg. Here you see our cloud cover. Let me expand out our radar here on flight radar. The nice thing is that when we expand out the radar, I don't see any more storms. That's a look at all of North Texas, going all the way to Louisiana on the right and Oklahoma on the north. So despite the wind and despite the cloudy skies above us, I don't see any more rain, which is good.
Echo Alpha, full chart 1 left, American 2885. DFW Town, American 324, I left 21.
American 2298 to Portland, Oregon, and Airbus A321 is there on the left of your screen. Now it's in the center of your screen. Now it's going off to the right of your screen. And now it will appear on this camera as we watch it take off. Space Needle, Megan Dressler, with a good evening to me and the mods and everyone. Hello there. And Chip says, are you off to Portlandia, Chip? Or are you just saying that a plane we saw taking off was off to Portlandia? In any event, glad to see you, Chip, a Quad Jet channel member and friend of the channel. See, the lights are coming on here as we approach dusk, although dusk is still about a half hour away officially as far as the sunset goes. Landing there was American Flight 324 from Reno, Nevada. Let me see if we've got any interesting planes headed our way here. I turn on my 747 filter on my flight radar, but yeah, I don't see any others that are headed in our direction, at least not while we're going to be with you on the air tonight. American Flight 2115 from Miami is our next arrival. It is a 737-800, and we're about to see it here on Runway DFW.
American 1467 over net. Clear to land 1A right, American 1416.
Jacqueline McDonald loves watching the planes in the dark. Well, we're not gonna. This will not be an after dark broadcast tonight. It'll get a little dark before we go away, but the tail you see there is American Flight 2597. It is on its way to beautiful downtown Burbank, California. Using up a lot of runway there on its way to Burbank. Flight 1467 from Puerto Vallarta is now on our radar. That was a 737-800. We've got American Flight 2698 to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Airbus A321. If we just scooch over here a bit, I bet we can watch it take off. Leonard Watkins says, Burbank only has a Burger King and a bank. Johnny Carson said it. Don't get mad at me. Jacqueline McDonald, I thank you for being a new subscriber. Glad to see you here. Thank you for your kind words. There's Free to Bed, says hello again. Hope you are doing well today. We are. We are, of course, here on the air from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. We'll be here with you for about another, 30 minutes, 45 minutes or so before we get to our chat extravaganza of the evening. So stand by for that. Spike 744 says was an American Airlines 747 SP based here. I think American had that in its fleet for a time. I don't know if it was based here or not. I guess it would have been logical.
Lot of weight, 18 left, American 1771.
Hey, let's peer into the cargo bay of this MD-11, shall we? The lower cargo bay. I don't think there's anything going on, but what's in there? The door is open. Can we get any closer? So, yeah, whatever. I guess it's empty, yeah.
18 left, aren't at the land, American 1771.
We have so many people here tonight at Founders Plaza. They're just all lined up on the fence, watching the planes come and go, even a doggy. Peter Sharp says, hey Walt, sorry, I want to apologize to you that I left the live 2 hours ago. I was crying because I lost my best friend that had to break up with me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, perhaps our little stream here can take your mind off of your troubles. American Flight 312 to San Jose. It's a MAX 8 taking off there.
Echo with Michael 0 to 1 left American. American 1865, up here all the way up to the whole front. Just like getting up on it. 1771, switching, see ya. American 2030, RNAV 11, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. American 2030, DFW Tower. American 2030, cancel your takeoff code, hold short.
Camera you're looking at there, camera 2, is not going to be useful for very much longer because it's one of our camcorders, which doesn't really work when it gets dark. So we'll go as long as we can. American Flight 2823 from Miami. An Airbus A321 is just about here after its flight from southern Florida. Shall we take a look at it?
American 312, we're switching. Have a good night. American 1865, cross 118 left, ground point 85.
And you're saying, Walt, where is that plane? Well, here it is. Here it comes.
American 23.
Joe Artes says, Mr. Walt, we just left, didn't want to interrupt the stream. Well, you really don't have to worry about interrupting the stream, but so next time you come, do tap me on the shoulder, as long as I'm not in the process of watching a plane come and go. But they say good weather, by the way. Would have stayed longer, but we've been out all day. That's American Flight 2030. It's an Airbus A321neo. It is going to Phoenix, Arizona. With the East Tower of DFW Airport there in the background. We're in the receipt of a $5 super chat from Fly Everything. Thank you for a great time. Ever see any Kalitta Air? We do. I'm trying to remember the last time we saw Kalitta Air. I think it's been within the last month. I just can't remember when or where it was coming or going to or whatever. But yeah, we do see it here. It's a fairly regular visitor, but thank you so much for that $5 super chat. See a plane lifting off there in the background from on the east side of the airport. There's 3 north-south runways over there on the east side, 2 north-south runways here on the west side, and typically they're all in use during a day. And we also have runway 13 right out of sight to the west of us here, and that is also used. I've seen that being used today for incoming flights. That is why there are 2 active control towers. There's one of them there. And we'll take a look at the other one here on the west side. Now, if I'm not mistaken, as we look at the west side tower here, that spinning device on top of the tower is ground radar. It keeps track of the what's going on the ground as far as the planes moving back and forth and to and fro. I may be wrong, but I think that's what that's for. And the windows immediately below the spinning device is where the controllers sit. And there's a little balcony right underneath those windows where I got to, when I was invited to go up to that tower once, I got a chance to go out there and just look around. I actually got to take some pictures. I wasn't allowed to take pictures in the control tower or in the control room itself, but I did get to take some from outside that tower. I keep meaning to put those up. That was a while ago, but it was fun to get out on the parapet there and look out, and that's a pretty amazing view they've got from up there, as you might expect. Best view and best seat in the house. Well, it has really quieted down here. See a couple planes coming in on the east side. Next activity here on the west side looks to be American Flight 499 from San Antonio, Texas, an Airbus A320. which is still a couple minutes away. Wondrous ATX says, can you explain how runway numbers are set and how often they get updated? Well, if you're talking about runway numbers, let me see if we can get our... Here's a view. We're in South Flow right now. And we are overlooking runways 18 right and 18 left. There you see. And our viewing position is where the blue runway DFW meatball is there to the left top center of your screen, adjacent to 18 right. And the runway numbers are set. They don't change. They are set by compass headings. And I guess to differentiate the east and west sides of the runway of the airport, they moved the number a notch to the 17s for runway 17 right, 17 center, and 17 left. And so the 13 right and 13 left runways, they are set by those compass headings. Well, actually, I guess it's 100 and they take away the zeros, so 180 would be, would be 180 degrees, right? And then they just abbreviate it to 18. So 13 right and 13 left, that'd be 130 degrees. So you just look at your compass, and that's how they've got that all figured out. CFreaks Trains and Train Game says the channel CGP Gray has a great explanation of runway numbers. And Roger Williams says runway numbers can change over time. I'm not sure. Well, I don't know. I guess. All right, we're about to see the arrival of Flight 499 from San Antonio. We talked about this a long time ago. Well, you know what? We're going to look at what may be our final international arrival of the day. Iberia Flight 363. It's an Airbus A330-300 from Madrid in España. It's coming in over on the east side. So let's just take a look at that.
On a B Park, surface takeoff 18 left, American 2430.
Hola Iberia, says Josh Aldrich. Okay, so Ron C says the numbers are magnetic headings, which can change as the Earth's magnetic flux changes. So if the flux capacitor, what is that? That's a Back to the Future reference, isn't it? Flux capacitor. Off to San Francisco goes this Airbus A321neo, the city adjacent to the bay. As we get a gust of wind at our broadcast location. Joe K says, living in Denton, to the north of here, is a plane spotter's dream. During Southflow, I spot planes on my evening walk with FlightAware, and then watch them land on runway DFW if I back the stream up a bit when I get home. Well, that's one way to do it. I drive through Denton on the way. I live north of Denton, so I've got a ways to go home.
Loud clear. Star Envoy, or 3089, visual 1 right.
And I'd like to thank Linda Kavinsky, who has upgraded her membership to the Tri-Jet level. Thank you so much, Linda. I very much appreciate that.
Next tower, it's just verifying. Envoy 3089 is clear to land 1 right.
Sarah Deal says, I know how hot St. Louis can be. Was there for a conference and the temp was around 104 with high humidity. It was so humid today, as I climbed out of the pool, my suit dried. But so Emma Rice says runways 1331 was changed to 1432 by the FAA a few years ago. You can still see the outline on 1331. Interesting.
Tower American 1385, 12 miles, 1 right.
Here comes American Flight 3889 from Monterey. American Eagle Flight, I should specify. It's an Embraer 175. But yeah, it's very much quieted down here, at least here on the west side. American Flight 1456 from Salt Lake City, an Airbus A321 is on its way in. It's be here in about a minute.
Tower American 329 is with you, ILS 1 right.
This is our broadcast position at Founders Plaza. So I'll turn this camera around. And we'll get a shot of the plane incoming from Salt Lake City. As you see some of the crowd, I guess headed back to their cars, I'm not sure. All part of the studio audience here at Founders Plaza for Runway DFW on this Saturday, July number 5. All right, here comes the flight from Salt Lake City.
White left, one boy, American 2941.
Jeff in Mass 1 wants to know where are we located in relation to the map we posted. Well, I think as I described, you see the blue Runway DFW logo there, not the one in the upper right-hand corner, but the other one more towards the center of the screen. It's got a little notch which kind of indicates where we are, just to the left of where it says 18 right, 18R. That's where we are.
18 left, Monopoly American, 1104.
So you kind of get an impression of how vast this airport is when you look at that map. We only see really here 18 right and 18 left. 13 right is way out of our sight. Although we do try to occasionally bring you a plane coming in over there when we can. This plane coming in on 18 right, the arrivals runway.
RNAV Park 18 left, clear takeoff, American 1104.
I don't think our visibility is good enough to see the towers of Cedar Hill tonight. That was flight 1385 coming in from Los.
Departure American 1104, good day.
Oh, Channel Boy 3405, ILS 18 right.
That was American 329 from Montego Bay in Jamaica. Max 8, 5-year-old Max 8 coming in after a 3-hour and 20-minute trip from the island.
Echo Whiskey Mike, hold short 18 left, American 329.
Spike 744 says, are there remote stands in DFW or all gates? I think the ability to get passengers on and off planes exists. I'll show you here in a second. There you see a couple of Sun Country planes. I don't know if they deplane there or not. They're often parked there, but I believe the facilities exist there. This is south of Terminal D here on the west side for planes to get passengers off and put them on buses to a terminal, I think. I think over on the on the east side, what terminal is it at? Terminal D, I think? Yeah, Terminal E, I'm sorry. Terminal E has kind of a sub gate. Let me see if I can pull this up on the flight radar. So now we're looking at Terminal E there, that kind of semicircular thing there. And they're in the middle of your screen. I don't know how many gates are there, probably 3 or 4 or 5. You go through a tunnel to get there from Terminal E. Now let's see if I can... That's the whole airport there. Oops. So, big airport. Big old airport. There's United, flight 2027. It's going to San Francisco. It's an Airbus A320.
Tower Envoy 3529, ILS 18 right.
Turn of the century plane from the year 2000. I think we've just officially had sundown here, although we couldn't see it because of cloud cover to the west of us. I'm almost getting a little chilly. Chilly sounds good for some reason right now. Septic says that plane is older than me. Well, there it goes. Chip says the satellite terminal E has 7 or 8 gates. The Terminal E Admirals Club is located there as well. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I've been to those gates once or twice. It's been quite a while. Is that Qantas on the move there? Go back to that in a second here. Let's see. Yes, I do believe that is the Flying Roo making its way from the parking spot down there south of Terminal D. It'll be going over to Terminal D, where it will accept passengers for its flight to Sydney later this evening, after we go off the air. And you see to the right of the screen there, one of the Viva Aerobus planes also parked there. What else we got there? Frontier, I do believe I see there in the center of the screen. Well, I think we're almost done here. Our work is done, pretty much. We'll watch American Eagle 3529 coming in from Killeen, Texas.
land 1160 left
18 right, cleared land, American 1974.
Boy, that pilot's got an accent. 1974. Sarah Deal is waving us a good night. Good night to you, Sarah. Thanks for checking in, and thanks for being a member of the channel. See you next time.
Envoy 3529, hold course over my land left circle 0.
What's for the wind left message? Runway 35.
Envoy 3705, on actual land, runway 18 left.
That American Eagle jet number 170 going to Abilene, Texas. Flight 3705.
3937, distribution tower, runway 18 left.
18 left, line of 139.
And we've got an American Eagle CRJ coming in. CRJ 900. Arriving from Wichita, Kansas.
1974, do you remember where the bases were, sir?
Right, we're in, quick one.
This camera, our camera 2 is about to quit on us in the darkness here. Let's try American Flight 1832 from Denver, an Airbus A321. I think that might be our last flight of the afternoon.
Takeoff, and we will do that on 139.37.
546, distribution tower, runway left 1. American 546, distribution tower, runway 18 left 1.
18 left, line of 48, American 546.
35348, taxi via Echo and Alpha, hold course over my right left. Echo to Alpha and hold course over my right left.
Echo to Alpha, hold for 1 left.
Envoy 3705, contact departure.
Departure 375, yes.
3293 with UI left 20 right. American 3293, get to the counter, and runway left to the land, 150 left 19.
Saqib LH44 coming to say hi. Well, I don't see Saqib at my shoulder, but hello to you, Saqib. Oh, are you Saqib?
Yeah.
Oh, it's good to see you.
Yeah,
Say hello to everybody out there. Nice to meet you.
I just want to say.
Oh, thank you so much.
Departure 139.37,
That's
yes.
how you're here.
It really is. Yeah, it's unparalleled. I don't think we'll see this again this summer.
Yeah.
Well, so nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by.
Good luck.
Thank you. There's Saqib, or Sahib. Did I say that right? Saqib. Nixie says, Walt, 2 shows in a row without the famed FedEx 757 from Alliance Airport in Fort Worth. Hopefully next time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened to that. That's an interesting flight to see. And if you missed it, Alliance Airport is only about 15 miles to the west of us. And FedEx had been flying pretty regularly, at least during weeknights, a 767 or 757, I can't remember. From there to here, and then it would have to taxi about, and that flight only lasted about 12 minutes, 13 minutes. Then it would have to taxi longer than that, landing over here on the west side over to the east side where the FedEx has its depot. So it was an interesting flight to see. We just saw American 1974 arriving from Las Vegas, an Airbus A321 Neo. And, okay, we'll watch one more plane. It'll be American flight 3923 coming in from San Francisco, an Airbus A321. That'll, I think, it just about do it for us, although be aware that we will have the Runway DFW chat extravaganza immediately following this broadcast on many of these YouTube stations.
Return 100, 018 left, pick up SkyWest 9909.
The Chris French Senior Show is our newest subscriber. Thank you, sir. Super 80 Adrian says American Eagle used to have a remote terminal on the northeast side accessed by airside buses. Interesting. I don't remember that. Aviation Geek says, hello, sir. Walton, oh, you don't have to call me sir. We're pretty laid back here at Runway DFW. No titles required as we wait for the incoming flight from San Francisco. Yonder it comes.
Runway 18 left, wait, runway 30, that's 35.
That was 9909. Contact departure today.
All right, and with that, I think that will conclude the festivities for our July 4th Independence Day weekend holiday stream. So it's time for me to say thank you to you. Thank you for watching. Thank you to our subscribers, new and old. Thank you especially to our members of the channel, new members and old. And a big, big thank you to not only our channel sponsor, James Webb, but also to our Runway DFW Moderation Federation, who have been with you, guiding you through the chat, making sure it's a nice, happy, and festive place for you to hang out and talk about planes and stuff. We'll be back with you probably on Tuesday night. That's generally how things work, although you never know, we're going to mix it up, because last week we were with you on Tuesday morning, so be sure to set your notification bells here on YouTube so that you don't miss any of our upcoming broadcasts. Well, that's it for now. Thanks again for watching. Happy contrails until we meet again, and see you soon on Runway DFW.
just short of 161.
Well, the time has come for us here at Runway DFW to say good night to you, wherever you may be. It could be good morning or afternoon if you're in Australia, I guess. But I want to thank you for stopping by and spending some of your day with us here at DFW International Airport. Once again, we'll be back with you Tuesday night, most likely. But keep your notification bells on because you never know when that will change. So thanks for watching. Thanks to all of our mods, our super mods. Thank you to you. Thank you to all of our subscribers, to our channel members, and to our channel sponsor, James Webb. Back with you soon here from either DFW Airport or Love Field, you never know, on Runway DFW. Happy contrails to you until we meet again.
Acts and promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufeld speaking.